Hello, everyone. Today, we are doing something special. This is going to be my first live coding stream. We are going to be building from scratch a Kiki Chanel fan site. And if you don't know what the fuck a Kiki Chanel is, Kiki Chanel is a character played by Milton T. Pike 1. He streams over on Twitch, and he plays on the NoPixel server for Grand Theft Auto 5. And role plays this character who it's hard to describe Kiki. She's I wouldn't say rude most of the time, but she's a very fun character. She's more kind of out there and not as serious as other people. Um for those of you who are familiar with like Grand Theft Auto Online, the NoPixel server is probably as far away from the standard GTA Online experience as you can get. Like, Sokar and I, after being exposed to NoPixel, tried playing some GTA Online ourselves, thinking that it would be similar to what NoPixel is, and it is not. GTA Online, like the default thing, is like really, really boring, almost entirely just racing stuff and like a little bit of business stuff mixed in, but like there's not much role play or anything. It's just super generic. I don't really understand why people play it so much. NoPixel is completely different. Um, they basically remove NPCs from the game almost entirely, and it's all people role playing, like every aspect of it. The police, EMS, business owners, they do tons of custom assets, and Kiki is the owner of Kiki's Organic Clothing, or KOC. Shorthand pronunciation is cock. So that could give you a bit of an idea of the type of character she is. But this stream is also sort of a dedication to Milton because Milton is an amazing role player. Whenever either of us is feeling down or not in the mood, whatever, we can always go watch Kiki and feel better instantly. Like, it's just such a hilarious stream to watch. And Milton has always been such an inspiration for both of us. It's part of what started driving us to get into streaming altogether. Like, he was the first person we watched where we kinda sat down as like, "Huh, like, that would be kind of fun to do." And, of course, there were other people who inspired us, but that was kind of the source of where it all started for us. Let's go to the coding screen. So there's 3 screens that you're gonna see me play with throughout this stream. This is the first one. I don't know why that was the default one that popped up, but this is the secret glimpse into our intranet. This is a custom website that I built. I'm on a specific website's page within the module. I mean, the intranet. This is a module. Um, if you've looked at my blog, you've seen a little bit about this specific module and how I built it, what it does. So I won't go over it too much. Just that you'll see this page pop up a little bit because some of our stuff that we need to do will occur in here. Um, and I will apologize from the beginning. The way I have this set up is it's using 2 browser sources in OBS, and OBS browser sources cannot capture the mouse cursor. If I want to capture the mouse cursor, I have to use an actual browser and like window capture, which requires me to both do a bunch of cropping that I didn't really feel like doing and opens up some like security things that I wasn't really comfortable with doing. So I'm just going to use browser sources in OBS because there's an interact button that lets me do stuff with them. You just won't be able to see my mouse cursor, unfortunately. One of the screens is the actual live site. Obviously, doesn't do anything because we haven't built it yet. So it's just a generic "sorry, the page hasn't been found" page. So we probably won't look at this particular screen much at the beginning until something is actually visible there. And the last one is the actual Visual Studio Code screen. This is the website's JavaScript thing that I actually have up, but most of our coding is going to take place in the Kiki Chanel controller and module over here. You'll also see my head bounce back and forth like this constantly throughout the stream because all of this stuff is I have 4 monitors set up with my PC. Um, Depending on what I'm looking at the time, like, all of my stuff is on different monitors, like, I have my OBS stuff over on the right, which I will occasionally look at, and I need to change the screen between, like, one of the code or preview screens, whatever. My coding screen is over on the left, so if I'm actively doing stuff in Visual Studio Code, you'll see me looking off that direction, and then my interact windows and streaming stuff, whatever else. I also have an Excel spreadsheet pulled up. I watched through an episode yesterday and kind of made a spreadsheet of a bunch of timestamps and some events that occurred in the video, just so that we'd have some like live data to play with. Like as we're building, I I don't really like using sample data all that much because it's really, really hard to make a prototype using fake data because it doesn't give an accurate representation of what the final product is actually going to look like. Uh, I know like most programmers will say is like, oh, you need to make a prototype, and it just needs to be super basic bitch prototype. Like I hate doing that. Every time I've ever started making a prototype for myself or for work or whatever, it's always ended up like I just built the whole thing. I started making a prototype and eventually it just ended up being the whole the whole shebang. And I turned it in as like, okay, here it is. Uh, Let me make my interact screens actually visible for me so I can do stuff. And I will also put some music on in the background so it's not so quiet. Oh, that's annoying. OBS only lets me interact with one browser source at a time. Well, I guess I'll just have to switch back and forth between them. Okay. All right, so the first thing that I was going to do was just play around with like a homepage logo, which we're going to do in here. So this is my cool little website builder type thing. Let me rename this, do something else, because that's not what I want to do with that page. We're just going to create the homepage, /, and go into modifying that. I don't have like anything set up for this, so there's no default template. We're just going to type directly into this, and once we have like a setup going, we can copy all of this stuff into an actual template and modify the page to use the template. Basic HTML, always define the doc type at the beginning. I probably could just copy paste this from somewhere else, but I've done it so many millions of times now that it doesn't take much effort for me to do anymore. If you see typos or anything, like if I misspell something, that's obviously going to break the site at some point. Just let me know. Why are we counting? This is another thing that you should never ever do. Don't ever type manual styles into an actual HTML document, but since I don't have a CSS document set up for this site yet, because it's completely from scratch, we're going to start off putting some stuff into here first and then copy it over to a CSS file later, just because setting up the CSS is kind of tedious the first time you do it for a brand new site the way that I have it set up, so I don't want to do that on stream, basically. All right, so Kiki Chanel is a fashionista, owner of Kiki's Organic Clothing, clothing made with 100% grain-fed hemp. And one of the things that we have to know about Kiki is she likes lavish things, and the logo that I was considering for this is kind of like a neon sign type of thing. We'll just call it S Neon for now. I'm gonna create a neon sign. There's gonna be the main title at the top. Is going to say Kiki Chanel. There's going to be another thing below it. We'll call it subtitle, I guess. That's going to say Au Naturel. This is something that Kiki says all the time. So it's not just me making stuff up. These are like actual things that Kiki says. And below that, we'll have subtitle. We can rename it later. And this is gonna have her 3 catchphrase type things that she likes to say. Chic, feminique, and organique. These words don't actually... Chic exists. That's an actual word. It just means fashionable, I believe. Feminique and organique are just things that she made up. And we can preview, like that's not going to pop up correctly. But if we go back to the preview and refresh that, that's not right. It's just not displaying. Why is it not displaying? Is it creating an error? Is that why it's not displaying? It works in my browser. I guess we won't have a preview. The other thing about this stream is this is all like really slapped together garbage that I wasn't sure how well it was going to work. I have no idea why that's not showing up. What if I do this? No? That just reset that completely? Okay. Let's try this. Nope. Still nothing. Because this opens in a new tab, it's not going to display it correctly. Oh, Oh, I see what it is. It is actually displaying. You probably can't see it. There's some black text like way up in the top left corner of the screen. It's because I don't have a background color set for the page. And yeah, OBS is interpreting the lack of a background color as alpha. So let's just set the background to white for now. And if we refresh now, there we go. There we go. It was the background color issue. Okay. Okay, so that all appears properly. Good. Let's neon this up. We're gonna make that. How wide should the page be? Let's just use 800 pixels for now. All right, the title is going to be the biggest part. So we're gonna make that one, we're just gonna go with 64 pixel font size for now. The subtitle can be 32. We'll just see how half size looks. We're also going to want the text align everything to be centered. Subtitle. We want that to be the same size. We'll just leave that the same size as the subtitle for now. But that's also going to be a flex box. So what a flexbox does is that just causes all of the elements inside of it to end up on one line, and each one will kind of expand to fill the width of the parent container by default. Why is that not centering on the page? Oh, because I think I set the body doesn't need to be width 800. Neon needs to be width 800. That's the wrong thing. So now, there. We also need to find a cursive font. Let's go to Google Fonts. I'm just gonna browse through some fonts real quick, see if anything cursive stands out. Just need something, because Kiki Chanel is always in cursive. Gotta be fancy. Oh, this one's pretty cool. Called Satisfy. That sounds satisfying, right? Don't remember how to import these from Google Fonts. There's just an import statement that we use. Satisfy. Let's see if this works. Go away, preview. Import. Then we need to set the font family. satisfy. What should it fall back to if that doesn't work? Serif, I guess. Who cares? If someone doesn't import font properly, they don't deserve to view the beauty of the neon sign. Does this work? No. I didn't figure that would work. Da-da. What do I do? Maybe if I just... I don't know if I can import stuff in inline CSS like that. Let's try copying the actual font base. See if this works. And preview. Cursive. This is called satisfy. Alright, so now we need to do like a neon effect on it, and then we can kind of work on other aspects of making it look tidier. One thing I do want to do is bold it, just to make it have that extra thickness. Kiki likes things thick. Normally the way that you do kind of like neon effects is with text shadows and weird stuff like that to kind of create a glow around the text. I guess we can just, well, because the text shadow is going to be different for each one, because what I wanted to do is I wanted to make each one a different color. Basically, like Kiki Chanel, the text is going to be pink, and then the other parts of it will be different color. I don't know, like the au natural maybe like purple, and then the individual words below that having different colors, like the organique can be like green or something. I don't know, maybe just that entire line can be green. Let's just start with a text shadow. What was it? Da-da-da-da-da. Let's see what this does for now. That's not the correct color, but whatever. Also, we need to just throw some padding on the body so that the text is not right up against the top of the page here. Did I not set the gap properly? Those words are all right next to each other. Gap. Well, we're not setting a row gap, so let's just try column gap. And does it just center? I think it's just center. Well, that fixed the gap, but it didn't fix the, might not be a line. It's not a line. It's justify. Center. Save. Preview. Perfect. It's centered now. All right. What color pink do we want? We could just use default colors from the CSS that I inherit basically. Let me look up the style sheet. We're just going to import an existing style sheet that I already have. This isn't going to work properly. And then we can use existing variables that I already have set here. Let's use magenta. Magenta is close to pink. Title, color, magenta. And we also need to not use the green color. What does that do? That's very bright. I forgot it doesn't have... Need to set the correct... Now that we have colors imported, we can set the correct body background color. And we won't blind you with a bright white screen anymore. Why did that crunch everything together? What the fuck? What just happened? Why is the text shadow not working? Oh, see, this is why you're supposed to tell me when I misspell things. It's not Magneta, it's magenta. I think the line height's broken. Let's just try that. See if that fixes it. Yay! Okay. See, we're making progress now. The white is a bit overwhelming immediately surrounding it, so... Let's... We want to have some white immediately around it, but I feel like that was a bit too much white. So let's roll back some of the white. You might need to use a slightly darker magenta. No, I can't zoom into the code. The problem with doing that is if I zoom in, then the more I zoom into the code, the more I have to scroll to find stuff. So like if you're seeing only like 10 lines of code, then I'm also only seeing 10 lines of code, which means if I want to edit something, I have to scroll a lot. And then this stream is just going to turn into me scrolling through code the entire time, which definitely won't be fun. Let's darken the text by a little bit. Um, hmm, don't know. That seems hard to read. Yeah. If you want to be able to see stuff, you probably need to be in at least 1080p. Otherwise, the text is going to be like really pixelated and scrambled. um, Increase the padding top. I'm gonna double it because the glow was still hitting the top of the page and getting cut off. Don't know what to do. You might have to just add another white here. There needs to be the white outline, but it's still causing like a really weird, illegible effect on the text. All right. So that's close to what we want, but we still need to add like the neon effect on top of the text, because like this just looks flat. Hmm. Hmm. I don't think you can do inset text shadows though. Can you? I don't think so. What is this trick? You know, let's just make this text legible at least. And we can come back to the neon effect some other time. I don't want to spend like an hour just making a neon logo. There's lots of other things that we can do. Let's reverse these. The text should be brighter with the glow kind of less bright. And if it's still a little off, we can also bring down the brightness, like not use pure white. Oh, that actually looks really good. I like that. That looks amazing. Now we need to space them out a little bit. We can just put margin on this. We'll make subtitle. What color should the au naturel be? Are we gonna go with purple or something else? Naturel sounds like natural, so maybe we should go with green. Make it like a woodsy feel. And then we could just do blue. We can have like a red, green, blue kind of effect. What does that look like? That looks pretty nice. Those are some good colors to use. We'll copy paste this text shadow. Boop. Because these ones are smaller, we're not going to use the last one. You don't want too much glow because it's not as big of text. We might even have to remove the 40 pixel one as well, but for now we'll leave it and see what it looks like. Copy. Paste. Blue. And save. Let's see what that looks like. Smaller text is a little harder to read than the larger text was. We might have to make the white a little bit bigger on the smaller text. Maybe let's try 4. See what that looks like. If anything, that made it worse. What happens if we just delete the white on this one because it's already kind of small? Just boop that out of existence. Let's try that. Okay, that's a bit better. We just won't have the white on that one. Honestly, we could probably remove the white from the Kiki Chanel one too. It didn't have the desired effect. It looks weird. There we go. Our neon Kiki Chanel sign. All right, so that was just like a fun little thing to do to start off the stream, but now we need to actually build some data entry stuff so that we can actually put some information into the system in order to be able to use it. And we will do that on there, back in Visual Studio Code. So my entire intranet is based, it's entirely a web application, which means that it mostly all runs on JavaScript. And it's like a custom little framework that I built. In here is this is just a template. I have a template that I have set up to make it easier to build new modules. It's this thing. It's just really basic. This is the minimum stuff that you need to have in order to set up a new module. And in here, we can define a bunch of classes for different pieces of data that we need to have. I already set up a database structure for like kind of how I want data to be connected to each other before I started, because I didn't want to live stream my database. Basically, it's a lot of information and a lot of stuff that I don't really want revealed. So I did that myself. what we need to do now is set up some classes that will represent the data into JavaScript. And my easy way of doing that is just to copy a class from somewhere else instead of retyping it all. So the first thing that we need is Kiki Stream. Kiki Chanel Stream. This is going to represent like the kind of overarching every stream that we have of Kiki is going to be a separate item, and in it we're going to have everything will always have an ID, like just out of the box. It's so much easier to work with data if you put IDs on it. Past that, we're going to need to pull in the stream date. Stream date. We'll have a stream. I wasn't sure if I was going to use this. We'll put it here for now, but I may end up deleting this one. The stream length. I'll explain why I don't really want to keep this on the column, the table itself. We may keep it, we may not. Depends on how easy it is to keep it populated. But I'll explain that when we get to another table. And then we'll have a stream link. And this is just going to be a link to the VOD on YouTube, basically. All right. So each stream will have a series of events. And these are going to be like key moments within the stream, kind of like, you know, when you go to like a video on YouTube, sometimes you see comments below the video that have like a bunch of timestamps with like key moments from the video that people have arbitrarily decided are important moments in the stream and want people to notice. That's basically what we're doing here. We're finding events in the video that are like memorable, anything that happens. I'll go through some of the types of events that we're expecting to encounter here in a moment. So each event has to have a stream ID, which is going to be the thing that connects it back to the main mainstream. Likely will actually be passing the parent stream along to each individual event so that we can more easily reference it. This just makes it really, really easy. If for some reason I need to access a property off of the parent, I can just do that super fast without having to go look it up every time. We'll have an event type ID. Stream ID also need event type ID. That's what I was just talking about. There's going to be different types of events, and it's easier to keep track of them when they're all like in the database with descriptions and stuff. I'll go through a list of the types of events that I already came up with and have in the database already, just as like pre-filled data. A title, I put this in. I wasn't sure if I was going to use it or not, but we'll put it in here for now. The title is basically like a super short description of the event, kind of like a 2 to 4 word summary of what happened, but I'm not sure if I'm going to use it. Description is going to be like the full description of what happens, kind of like a synopsis of what happens at that event. Because like each event's going to be like a different length of time. Like Some of these things could last for 2 minutes, some of them could last for 20 minutes. So this is just like a short rundown of what you could expect by going to this moment in the video. And then we're going to have an is major variable. Now, this is basically going to be like for Kiki defining moments. Like, one thing that I envision this being used for is when Kiki resigned as mayor of Los Santos. Like, that was a major event that defines Kiki Chanel and how her life changes in the server. So like, these are like major events, and I wanted to keep track of these, one, because I want to highlight them more than other events because they're like very important moments, but also it'd be cool to have like a separate timeline outside of all of the streams that pulls all of the major events from all of the streams and kind of assembles them into a Kiki Chanel timeline of events to kind of get highlights of Kiki's life as it moves through in Los Santos. So that's kind of the vision behind this variable here. For those of you not familiar with programming, a bit is also known as a Boolean. If you don't know what that means either, it's just a 0 or 1, true or false, basically either or. It's either on or off. We'll have a location variable. This is meant to identify where different events take place, like City Hall or Burger Shot or PDM. Just like being able to quickly identify this takes place at this location in Los Santos. We'll have the variable in the database is called stream seek. I don't know why I named it that. This is just going to be it'll be represented differently in the UI. Like, I'm going to have it so I type in like hours, minutes, seconds divided by colons, because that's how you would normally see it when watching the video. But in the database, it's actually going to be recorded as an integer representing the total number of seconds into the video, just because that's way easier to store into the database and sort by later than having to do a bunch of math with the colons inserted in all the time. And then there's also a couple of variables in here for if Kiki gets sent to prison, which she does a lot. We are going to also track the amount of time she was sentenced to prison and the fine that she incurred from the prison sentence. So these will only actually get set for very specific event types that have to do with prison. These will both be integers again. All right, so now we need to actually cover the event types. Those things that I was talking about before. Don't need this. Don't need that. This is just a thing that programmers do because keeping the event types actually in the database as entries makes it a lot easier to pull in data than like hard coding stuff all the time, because then it's much easier to modify without changing the code. There's not very many variables in here. We'll keep the title because we need it. So each event type will have a title which just identifies what the event is. And then there's 2 bits that I have for is health and is police that just easily identify events that are health related or police related. Since we're on this, I'll go through some of the event types that I already have in here. So health related ones that I've already inserted are medical attention, which is just for Kiki interacted with medical staff in some sort, but didn't really actually have anything wrong with her. She was just kind of role playing with them, kind of like when EMS shows up and she just wants to play around with them or do something. There's another event type for when she's unconscious. So if you're not familiar with NoPixel roleplay, there's two types of things that can happen when your health runs out. You can either be knocked unconscious or you die. And in NoPixel, dead doesn't really mean dead. Like, your character doesn't disappear. The main difference between that is, like, if something kind of minor happens to you that causes your health to deplete, you become unconscious, and you only have, like, I think a 5-second countdown before you can get back up. You just hold a button and you can get back up, and you don't have to go to the hospital or anything. But a lot of players still do some role play around being unconscious because it's fun. But just being unconscious isn't, like, super serious. You can still get back up and continue playing. If you're dead, that requires EMS staff to come to the scene, and depending on how you roleplay, what happened, you know, like the factors, circumstances for why you were dead, EMS may revive you on the scene and allow you to continue playing from there, or they may put you in the ambulance and take you to the hospital and make you get revived by doctors instead. So we have unconscious and dead as two other event types, and I had another one for health related as hospital. Basically, if she did have to go to the hospital for her injuries in order to be revived, I wanted to capture that as another separate event. As far as the police related ones, we have police encounter, similar to the medical attention one. This is just when she's interacting with police, like in the rare instances where she interacts with police and didn't actually do anything wrong. Rare. We also have a pursuit. If she gets into a car chase with the police, happens a lot. And then we have jail and prison. And if you don't understand the difference between jail and prison, jail is where you go when you've been arrested and are kind of awaiting trial or awaiting sentence. Kiki in particular, and NoPixel kind of in general, not all things go to trial. Most people plead guilty, and even if you don't plead guilty, just because of the way the roleplay server works and how short of a time it is if you do get sentenced to prison, like 1 month of prison time is only actually a minute in game. So, like, it doesn't make sense to have people plead not guilty and then actually sit around in jail and wait for a trial, because by the time that all of that shit happens, by the time you get a lawyer and a judge and everyone, like, all in a courtroom to have a trial and go through the trial, you've probably done like 4 times as much time going through all of that stuff as you would just sitting in prison for that amount of time. So they actually just send you to prison and fine you, and then if you did plead not guilty, you have to, like, appeal it in court later and get the fines reversed and have it taken off of your record. It's just a way to keep kind of the roleplay flowing because of the short time periods involved. So jail is basically talking to the officers, pleading guilty or not guilty, and getting your sentence and everything. Prison is when you are actually sentenced to prison and sent there and, like, are in the actual prison in Los Santos, is the difference between those two. Some other event types I have are an interaction, which is just like the generic catch-all for Kiki was doing something memorable with other people. We have phone call for when either she called or was called by someone else. We have a separate one for a Fran Frankie call, and the video that I used for sample data didn't have any Fran Frankie calls. Fran Frankie is Kiki's daughter, and Kiki sometimes likes to troll people by calling them and pretending to be her daughter and doing really weird things like that often involve Fran getting injured in some way. One very memorable one is when she was playing Pin the Tail on the Donkey, except she went out to a barn and found a pig that she thought was a donkey and stuck a nail in it and got into serious trouble. Or the time that Fran decided to throw a turtle off of a bridge. There's just like really weird out there kind of situations that her daughter is always getting into. Another event type is conversation. I plan to use this event type. I'm going to special case that event type as like direct quotes. You'll see what I mean by that if we get into some data entry in this stream, because I do have a couple of direct quotes that I wanted to insert from the sample stream that I did. And two more are whether the Uwu song and the Bubble Bath song appeared in the stream. You probably don't know what either one of those things are, but they are kind of staples of Milton streams. They don't actually have anything to do with like Kiki role playing. They're like actual songs, and you just kind of have to listen to them to understand how kind of embarrassing they are and why he does them. Like it's just like a community joke type of thing. The sample stream only had the Bubble song. There was no Uwu song during it. And the last one in the list is diarrhea. Kiki Milton has this sound effect for shitting. She most often does it in the while sitting on a toilet, but also sometimes role plays like shitting her pants. It's fucking hilarious whenever he does it. But yes, anytime Kiki shits her pants or fills a toilet bowl, that's going to be a memorable event that we're going to record in here. All right. There was one more thing we need to create a thing for. And that is a person. So the point of this table is all of the people that Kiki has ever interacted with, we're gonna have like a separate entry to just identify this person by name, have a link back to the NoPixel wiki so that you can get more information about that person, and also like a short tagline of like, I guess, what the person means to Kiki and what their relationship to Kiki is. But this is just going to kind of help us with searching later, basically. So you'll be able to quickly find streams and events where Kiki interacted with a certain person. Wiki link. It is police. That needs to be a lowercase o. And the tab. All right, so this is basically the database structure that I had set up. Chances are this is going to change over time as we find things that aren't needed or are needed. Just kind of add to it as we go. But this is the basic idea of the kind of information that we're going to put into the system. Now we can build our first render module. All right, so the intranet part where I'm actually like recording the data is going to look significantly different than what it's going to look like when like rendered onto the website. So we're probably going to just store stuff into tables for now. The home page, I think we're just gonna, I think a table would be fine. Just list all of the streams. I might not even paginate it because I don't really care to. Create a new controller folder for Kiki Chanel. Kiki Chanel controller. This is going to be like the back end part where we fetch all of the data and return it to the front end client side type area. Don't need that for now. File structure. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need any of this stuff, really. We just need the parent controller to exist, basically. Then we need a stream controller. Stream controller extends the Kiki Chanel controller. Not the Kiki channel. Chanel, not channel. So the reason I do this, extending different classes, is because I actually have like a bunch of pre-built stuff that makes it super easy for me to expand stuff here. Don't need all of that right now, but for now we just need a retrieve all function. This is going to access our Kiki streams table and just fetch everything. We're just going to fetch everything out of that table and return it. Needs to be capitalized. I think that's all I need to do there. Need to make sure we check our permissions. Always have permissions. Yeah. JSON. Yep, that's all we need to do. Then we need to actually add a route for it. We'll copy websites for now. Oh, that's actually a really large one. Never mind. K goes here. / Kiki. Delete all of this stuff. By default, Kiki Chanel. Stream controller. Retrieve all. So this just opens up an API route that will allow us to retrieve all of the information from the streams table. We're going to need more information than that eventually, but I just want to get this working so that we can at least test that the the page works for now. Get data. Just leave that blank, I guess. All right, so we're actually going to need to fetch the event types as well. So we need to set up a structure for our data variable that has everything in it. We'll have an array of streams. We're missing an equal sign, that's why it's not coloring correctly. And we'll have an array of types. I think that's all we should need. And send this. Don't need any options. And for now, we'll just log it to the console so that we can make sure it works. And now we go to the internal site. Not configured correctly. Oh, did I not set something correctly? I think it's just displaying this because I didn't actually set it to render anything. Let me check the database and see what controller I have set for this. Kiki Chanel controller. It is set wrong. It's missing an I. So now if we hide the preview, oh no, I don't want that. I want to hide this. Now if we go there, okay, now it's working. This is a sign of working because we don't actually have a page. It's just, it by default loads a little circle that spins indefinitely until it gets data to actually show. But since we didn't build a render function yet, it never gives it and it just leaves it on a loading screen. But it is, well, it is giving me an empty array because we don't have any data in the database yet. All right. While we're here, let's just go ahead. This will be streams. I'm gonna go ahead and modify this function just to give me the event types as well, because we're going to need those stored. Types. Okay, I'm not going to retest that for now because it's just going to show you the same loading screen anyways, so there's not really anything to show. All right. So once we're here, after we've gotten the data, we need to tell it to render the home. Actually, we should separate this. So basically what we're doing is there are multiple different pages that are all going to need the same data, and depending on which one you load into first, every page is going to need to call get data to pre-fill the data that is needed before it continues doing something else. So because this is a function that's going to be called by a bunch of different functions, we want to do it the bare minimum of actually getting the data and doing nothing else. So if the data is already set, if we already have a streams variable, this function doesn't need to do anything because we already have it. We don't want to keep calling and fetching the same data over and over again every time we change a page. We only need to fetch it the first time. And then we'll change this to do get home. And what this function is going to do is it's going to call the get data function. If the data doesn't exist, it will fetch it and wait for it. If it does already exist, it will just return and allow this function to render instead. I'm going to create a table. You'll see me just jumping around to different files to just copy paste stuff because it's easier than typing it all out. Copy. This as a table. All right, so the things that we want to display in this table, we obviously need a stream date somewhere. That's going to be important. We don't have like a title, so I don't know. I guess we don't really have anything else to display other than a stream date. Do we even need a table? I mean, I guess we can display some statistics like the number of events we have recorded. We can have a button that links out to the stream on YouTube for easier access to get there. And I guess we'll display the link. We'll have 4 things in the table. Don't need this. All right, so now if we go back to that page, back to Kiki Chanel. Oh, it's not gonna, I need to change a variable for it so that it will reload the JavaScript. Did not. Oh, it's giving me an error. Oh no, our first error. Kiki event types doesn't exist. We made a mistake. Should be events types. We're missing an S. Data is not defined. What do you mean data is not defined? Oh. We forgot to remove this worthless garbage that we don't need yet. Get rid of that. Probably don't need that either. Is this table gonna be sortable? I don't imagine why I would need this table to be sortable, so I'm going to delete that as well. Also, we shouldn't be returning here. We need to actually output that to the site and not just return it as a string. That's not going to do anything for us. All right, does this work now? Look at that. We have a table header. All right, now we need to add the title and breadcrumbs because that's generally where I put the buttons for adding stuff into the table. There's one that I can use. Above the table, need this. We just say it's the Kiki Chanel page, and then we'll have an ad. We'll keep this add button. It's gonna be a stream editor. Create new stream. The breadcrumb generator. I think that just needs to be false so that it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't add anything. And preview. Now we have our neat little breadcrumbs up here, and we have, more importantly, button to add a new stream up here, which will eventually create a pop-up so that we can enter in a few details and add stuff to this list. So in order to make an editor appear, first we need to have an editor defined here. We need to take in a modal. I'm gonna copy one from somewhere else. Save some time. Create a new stream. All right, so need to be able to insert a stream date. Get rid of this. Stream date. I'm not going to enter length manually. If we do end up inserting the stream length in that same table, I'm going to calculate it automatically. So one of the event types I also wanted to add, but I haven't added yet, is basically an end of stream event. And I figured that would be a better thing because it lets me add some descriptions. I decided to add it because the sample stream that I did collect data on, Milton's stream actually crashes at the end of that stream and continues on in another video. So I wanted to be able to add like a short blurb at the end of that timeline to say, hey, this wasn't the end of the stream. It doesn't just abruptly end like that. It continues on in the next video. But it got me thinking, is like, it'd be nice to just have an end of stream event on every video that just indicates how long the stream was. And then I could just pull that value as the stream length instead of keeping a stream length set in the other table. It seemed like a better way of doing it because then it's part of the timeline on the stream page as well. You need to insert the stream length though. Don't need that one. I'm trying to think of where else. There's date. I don't know if that was enough for having a date or not. Save changes, create stream. Path is stream. All right, and then we need to define the editor in the controller. You don't want to look up on this one. Oh. Don't need the render function either. The class name, though, it needs to be defined. And the variable is streams. All right, this should work then. By going back to our internal site. Now if we click the Create New Stream button, we get a pop-up that we can enter stuff into. But this won't work because the backend doesn't have any clue what this path is yet. We need to add that now. We really already been going for an hour and a half now. Well, we'll add the path for the API to be able to create streams, and then we'll take a break. How about that? Because that shouldn't take super long. So if we go back to the stream function, we need to have create data function, take some input. And this is basically just going to be converting our form variables into the data that gets inserted into the database, which for this one is like basically nothing because this is more of a placeholder table. So we have stream date, we'll take in input stream date, and stream link, take in input stream link. It's basically all we really need to do. While we're in here, we might as well just do the update data one too. And since it's going to be using the same variables, we can just call create data, get the same stuff. But we also need to have a verify function because we need to make sure that the stream date is actually a date and people like SoCar aren't going in and trying to type in like February 27th as actual text into the date box, or just typing in SoCar is great into the date box. You break things constantly. This is why validation occurs in programming. All right, so all we need to do here, say that stream date is required and it needs to be a date, I think. One second. Wait, we can't test that yet because we need to also go into the API. We need to have it recognize the path for this. So this is just saying that the /stream API path on /Kiki, gonna go back to the same controller and call the create and update commands on those, which will then grab the create data or the update data, verify. So now, if we go back into the site, we just try to submit this blank. Controller is not properly configured. What? What do you mean it's not properly configured? Did I not name the thing correctly? See, it's misspelled again. It's not create date, it's create data. Stupid little misspelling mistakes are the bane of programming. Now, if we go back and try to submit this blank, okay, ignore the CSS problem that I have on the page, but it does work. It says the stream date is required. If I type SOCAR is great into the stream date box, it's gonna say this is not a valid date. That's good. That's good. Sorry, I just need I didn't keep the link to the stream, so I need to go find it again. Copy link address. All right, so the date was 2021, September of 20. And this was the stream. Do I really need all of this? I wonder if I can chop off the last part and have it still work. It does. I don't need all of that extra garbage at the end. I just need this part. So if we click this button, it should insert it into the database. I don't think it's going to update it on the page because we didn't set it up to actually live refresh this. It broke. I blame SOCAR. What is it saying? Syntax error or access violation. Incorrect table name. What? Oh. We did not define the table at the top of the controller. Kiki streams. Okay. Okay. I get it. Hold on, 20 stream link create. It worked. And if I refresh this, well, if I refresh it, it's never going to display anything because we didn't program a loop to actually do it. We only actually programmed the header bar. But it worked. It inserted into the database. I can go look at the database and see that it is in the database. So now we can, when we come back from break, we'll work on actually getting it to display in the list. And then work on being able to add events to the stream. But for now, I'm going to take a short break, get a drink, and I will be right back with more programming. All right, I am back. I should just change this. Change the URL to automatically load this page so I don't have to keep clicking on it every time. All right, so now we need to make the page actually display all of them. So on the stream, we're going to need render table row. Oh, so the first thing will be the stream date. This table is going to be excessively large for the data that we're putting into it, though. I don't know if I want to keep using a table. Because, like, we're looking at this, like, the stream date is going to take up, like, maybe half of that column size. The length is going to be, like, the same width as the word length. The number of events is just going to be a number, probably not more than, I would say, probably only going to be 2 digits. I don't know if there's going to be streams where I'm going to be entering 100 events. So that's going to be short. And then, like, I could make the link super long for the sake of it, just to take up space, but, like, why? It can just be a fucking button that opens, like, the entirety of the information I'm going to be displaying in this table row could probably fit into the width of one column. So I think a table here is a bit overkill. I think I'm going to switch to using cards. Because that's just too much. It's too much. Delete this. I'm going to use a grid. And then instead of a table row, we'll have it render a card. Let's just get the data in there for now. Date format. Length. I'm gonna have a separate function for this because we're gonna want to. The stream length is gonna be coming in as an integer, so we need to format it into a readable text that we can actually use. But since we're not actually recording the length yet, I'm just gonna have it output as this for now. It's all zeros, just to have some text to put there. Um, where should we put the events? We'll have this split. So we'll have the length of, I think we'll put the length of the video aligned to the right. Because then it will be underneath the visit video button. That will also be aligned to the right. And we'll put the number of events on the which I'm realizing did not actually make a variable for our events, so there's not going to be anything to look at. We need to have another thing in here. Events will be an array of Kiki Chanel event. Alrighty. Now we need the buttons for I'm not gonna make the entire card open this. Go to the sub page for editing the data because that's really clunky. So user experience, if like a container has a button that goes somewhere else, like in this case, there's going to be a button that goes to the video on YouTube. You don't want the container itself to also be a link or a button that goes to another page, because then it becomes really hard for the user to determine what they're clicking on. Like, yes, the browser behavior is that the button that you're clicking on overrides the parent container's actions, but user experience wise, like the user doesn't always understand that. You can't program things using logic that only a programmer would really understand, because you'll just confuse end users. Before we add the buttons, I'm just going to check the preview and make sure that this is displaying properly how we want it. No, because we forgot to make the loop to display shit. We also are not recording the data into the variable at all because we never did anything with the result down here. 0 events. Probably put a margin bottom on this so it's not right next to it. Alright, will this work now? We have our first card! So now on this card, what we're going to do is we're going to add a couple of buttons in the top right corner to the right of the date. One is going to be, we're going to the video on YouTube, and one is going to be a button that takes us to the edit page for the stream so that we can add events and stuff. I'm just going to copy button stuff from somewhere else. So the first one needs to be an edit. So I'm gonna go to /Kiki Chanel /u. Guess we're just gonna have to have an ID because I don't really have. I can't use the date because the date won't be unique. Like the sample video that I'm using for this stream, like he did 2 streams that day, so literally I can't use the date as a unique identifier because there will be 2 videos for that day. Manage stream details. We're gonna do page pencil, I guess. And this one, this is going to be a legitimate link to elsewhere. Stream link. I'm gonna have a target blank on this so that it opens in a new tab. Arrow Northwest, I think is what it's called. A. Wait, no. Northeast points to the right. Northeast. Also make the stream date a little bigger. All right. I think that should do it. Let's see what it looks like. It's beautiful. Although, because I was just talking about how the date is not unique, but the date is the only thing we're displaying. So like, when I add that second stream in, the second YouTube video, it's just going to display two cards that both say September 20th of 2021 with no other identifying anything about what the difference between them is. But I like honestly don't know what else I could do with that. I don't really want to, because like Milton doesn't title his videos. Like literally the title of that video is just 20 September 2021 Kiki Chanel au natural. Like, and then the second video from after he crashed is titled the same thing. So like even using that title wouldn't make it unique. I don't know. I think we're just gonna have to live with the non-unique titles here. There's gonna be two things with that date as the title. As long as the URL is unique, it doesn't really matter. All right, and if we click on this button, it's going to break because we haven't set up that page yet. So let's do that now. We have the home page rendered. Now we need to have a render stream page. We're going to need another async function for getting the stream. And again, like we're gonna have this call get data first because like we need to have the list of streams and event types before we can access the rest of the stream data. But once we have that, we can go ahead and get this specific stream and we will pass the ID that we need. We need to fetch that from the URL. Path will be 1, 2, 3. Path 3 will be the ID that we need. So in the API, we're going to need another route for getting stream. Go to retrieve. This is going to retrieve a single stream. This is going to retrieve the rest of the data because the retrieve all function is retrieving basic information about all streams. In the secondary retrieve function, this will basically retrieve all of the events for this specific stream because we don't want to retrieve all of the events for every single stream out of the gate because as we get more streams in the database, like if you think about if we have 300 streams in the database, the retrieve all is going to return 300 rows. And like that's a significant amount of data. Like that's about as much data as you'd want to pull from the database all at once. If we retrieved all of the events for every one of those streams also, like let's say that each stream had like an average of 50 events. Like we don't know how much each stream is going to have a drastically different number of events based on how long it is and how how active Kiki was. So we'll say an average of 50. Like suddenly you're going from retrieving 300 rows of data by only fetching the list of streams to 300 times 50 plus the 300 rows. So like all of a sudden you're fetching almost 2,000 rows of data instead of 300 all at one time, which isn't something we really want to do. Always check your permissions. And we'll have the stream. TD. To get the input first. And then we need to set the events variable with a list of all of the events for it. Where the stream ID is for this stream. And then we can just return the string. JSON. JSON. I think that's all we need to do here. Another thing we're going to need to do in our retrieve all is fetch all the people as well. All right. I'm going to go ahead and store this ID to a variable because we're going to need to use it again. Because once we get this data back, we need to look up the existing item. In our data and then add to it, basically. Find where stream ID is the same ID we're currently looking at. Then we'll call the update function on the resulting data that we just received. Then we can call render stream. For now, we'll just leave this blank. Or, I mean, at least we can put a title in. Create new event. We'll just have this set up for now. should take in the stream that we're doing. Gosh. Format. Set the content again. All right. You need to also set the page up. View the stream. All right, so preview this again. We click this edit button. Yay, it takes us to this page. Displays the date at the top. There's a new breadcrumb that takes us back to the main page so that we can navigate back and forth. We have a create new event button that doesn't do anything because we haven't set that up yet. Beautiful. Just like so. All right, so I guess the next thing we should do is create a basic editor for adding events. We'll also want to actually record the remaining pieces of data that we have. Types. We call it types in the data. We did. Event type. And we'll need to add people as well. We can reference those. All right, so we'll make another editor for the event type. This is where things start getting trickier because depending on the event type, we're going to need to display different things. It's like I said, with like the prison sentence, police interaction stuff, like anything that's marked as is police, we're going to want to display the prison sentence and prison fine variables in case she does get fined for them. For conversation, we're going to completely change the layout to have more of a quote box type thing. I can explain that more once we get to that point of like what I was envisioning with that. We're still not sure whether we're going to want a title. I'm having trouble imagining when I would actually want to enter a title in or something versus just having a description. But I guess the first thing we're going to want to have is just a select box for the event type. So we're going to data.types for each. So this should populate a list of all of our event types that we can have. You know what? Let's just do that for now. Just to make sure it works, and then we can kind of make it look nicer later if we decide to. We're also going to have to import the stream ID. Wait, we can bring in the module. We don't have to look it up this way. This doesn't exist, but I don't know what to put there. So we'll just do that for now. And we need to make sure that it's added as an editor type. Variable though. This is one that we're going to have to do a custom lookup on, because they're going to be listed underneath the string. Go in here. All right, so we're going to be looking in streams, finding a stream with the first ID, and going to that stream's events, finding the event with that. You really should set the current stream somewhere just to make it easier. Because then we don't have to do this extra lookup. So we're going to do this. And then we can just do current stream.events. Then we only have to send one ID instead of using an array of IDs. That would also make it easier to do that. I think that's all we need to do for now. Let's try it out. Go into the edit page, click the create new event button. We get a drop down of event types that is empty. Okay. Well, it created the drop down, but it didn't fill it. I think this is just an OBS bug. Because OBS doesn't capture dialogue menus properly. Let me check. Yeah, it works in my own browser. I think it's just not capturing this in OBS because it's a UI element that's part of the browser, so it just isn't capable of seeing that. We might be able to do... I have a different select thing that we might be able to use. I don't think it requires me to do anything else. But if we use that one, select smart is basically, instead of using the default browser-based UI element that is just built into every browser, it uses a custom dialog that I created. That one should display since it's not. Yeah. Okay, so we have all of this stuff now, completely unsorted. But like I said, I can do stuff with that later, try to organize it better. Right now, I don't care so much about what this dropdown looks like, just that it works. But now the goal is, depending on which one we select, like if I select police encounter, we need to display different fields based on what the event type is. And we should be, our submit button should be disabled by default at the beginning as well. We don't want people submitting before they select what they're doing so far. All right, so back to the code. So we have some things that are always going to be there. I guess we have one thing or two. So we're always gonna be able to select a location. And we're always going to require a stream sync. So the location is optional. Not everything that happens in a stream is always going to be tied to a specific location. But we're always going to have a stream sync spot that we're going to need. Let's make this 3 columns wide instead. Stream seek. What is that called? I always call like the timestamp or where something occurs in the video as the seek location. But I don't know if there's like a more formal name for what it's supposed to be called. We'll go with seek time for now as like a user-friendly way of saying that. I need another thing here. It should be blank if it's not set yet. We'll just leave this for now. Time. And the location. Eventually this location box I want to turn into an autocomplete, but for now it's just going to be a text box. I don't want to go through I don't want to create another table for like a list of locations in the game that can be interacted with. Like, I don't feel like that's as important as being able to... I don't think anyone's going to be searching for things that happen at specific locations more than searching for times where Kiki interacted with a certain person and being able to link back to that person's profile for more information. Like, it seemed more useful to have a database of people, whereas a database of locations I don't so much care about. I was just gonna... Basically, what I want to do is another variable that gets returned in retrieve all is just an array of a unique list of all the locations that have been used on events in the system so far. So when you enter another location, it just automatically gets added to that list of all of the ones that have been used in. Then I can use the autocomplete function that I already have built in, and as you're typing, if it matches a location already in the list, it will just fill in the rest of it for you, type of thing, instead of linking specifically to a database item, which is kind of overkill. So we also need to have an on change here. So when we select a different value in the select menu, we're going to trigger another function that determines what other things to display. Event type. This should be at the bottom of the file. So when we encounter Kiki Chanel event type, I'm going to call change event type. Long file. Change. Then we'll have another function here. So now when we change something in the select menu, I'm just going to do a console log to make sure that it worked. Verify we have the correct target. Alright, so now go into the site, create event, have these extra fields. We can change this And that is logging to the console correctly. Neato. I will say also that, like, we are speeding through development because I've already built, like, a ton of stuff. I've built my own framework and everything. And, like, the entire goal of a lot of the things that I've built so far was making it easier to expand, making it easier to just plug different data into the things and make it work in different ways. So, like, many of my functions are designed with the interest of being interchangeable depending on what I want to do with them. Like, what I'm doing is not like normal programming in the sense that a lot of shit that I have is pre-built and designed specifically to work in the way that I want it to work, which makes it really easy for me to build new things whenever I want to. All right. So that is working how we want it. Now, in the event editor, so we'll want to have a description box, of course. It's going to be all, and it's going to be hidden by default. So we're going to display none that by default. Going to make it a text area. We want to call it description. This is another thing is like, I name things kind of generically in the database, but I don't always use that title for a column in the final product. Like stream seek in the database, we ended up calling seek time displayed to the end user. For description, like that gives me a good idea of like what kind of data I'm playing with when I'm coding, but to an end user, description doesn't really tell me what the fuck I'm supposed to type into this box. So I was thinking for an end user, it would make more sense to say something like synopsis, as like, this is the kind of thing that you're supposed to type in here, even if it's not aimed at that behind the scenes. What did I do that? Right, so if we go back up here, so we're going to want to find the selected option within this target. I think a select menu is checked though. We're going to find the checked item in the select menu. And then the event type ID is going to be the value. Let me check real quick. Yes. Yeah. So the value is going to be the ID that we want. I'm going to plus it to turn it into an integer that we want. And get rid of this unnecessary new line. And now we can do a switch. Do we want to do a switch? I don't think we need a switch because not everything is going to have deep value. We can just do So pretty much every event type except for conversation is going to show the description box. Conversation is type ID 15. So I'm going to do that type ID does not equal 15. Then we're also going to want to have a parent. That is the form that contains our target that we just got. Just so we can track things without having to go through the whole document. We can limit it to just the form. But so if the type ID is not 15, if it's not a conversation, let's call this form instead of parent. We're going to search the form for the description box. Actually, we're always going to do this. We're going to toggle the class none. That's going to be on if event type ID equals 15. So if the event type ID is 15, we're going to add display none. If it's not, it'll remove display none. Because once you select a type in the dropdown, there's nothing blocking you from changing the type. And I know Sokar likes to break things, and he would totally completely destroy this form by toggling the event type back and forth and making all of the fields appear. They're not all supposed to be visible. You are the best example for breaking things. Is this the correct thing? No, I don't want to target. I don't want to target the text area directly. That's not, we need to go to the parent element of that. Because that's what has the class. Yeah, that's good. So now, test it again. We go into the create. We select an event type. Kiki got into another police encounter, and we'll get the synopsis box that appears. But if we switch back to conversation, it'll disappear because we want to do something different with the conversation. So we don't want to use that box. Basically, when I want to special case the conversation so that you add individual voice lines and assign each one to a person, and then it's going to store a bunch of JSON data in the description instead of an actual synopsis that basically represents all of the lines that were said in the conversation rather than having to like type it out manually. So I just wanted to do something different with that specific event type. For now, we'll focus on the other ones and tackle that one later. And then we'll want to have another thing here. we'll have these two as well. These are going to be the ones that only display for police encounters, basically. I'm realizing another thing that we're going to want to do with this. We're going to want to have an event variable that can do a lookup of the event type ID to get the data. I had something built for this, I just don't remember what it's called. Let's try just looking. It's probably easier to find it in here. I don't remember what it was called. Should be on default item, actually. Get cache by ID. Looks in the module data in the haystack or the needle. So we'll do get cache by ID. I'll look in types for event type, this type ID. So we'll be able to get the event types data more easily. It's another thing, we don't want these to be display none always. If we're editing, we'll want them to be visible already if the event type ID is the one that needs it. Let's just go ahead and do this now. So if the type ID is null or 15, we want to be on it. Otherwise, leave it alone. This one is the event. So if we have a type ID and the event is a police event, then we want to display it as a grid. Otherwise, we don't want to display it all. Then we need to have is in sentence. Say that the number of months that she was sentenced to prison. And prison fine. All right. So in our change event type, we're also going to want to look up for the event here. So if we have an event type ID, find it, otherwise we're going to return a new Chanel event type. Don't really need to pass an ID. It just, we need to have the object there so that it doesn't break other shit. And we could do prison sentence. We'll call this the prison box, because we need to access this one twice, because we need to remove the first thing we're going to do is, regardless of what type ID we're getting, we're going to remove both the dnone and dgrid classes and basically do a reset, and then add one of them based on the type ID. So if the event is prison, we'll add dgrid, otherwise we'll add dnone. I think that's what we need. This needs to go up 2. We should just do a closest. This needs to be class 2. In case this doesn't work, we'll also log the event, see what data we're even being given, just in case. It's always good to log stuff when you're testing. Get rid of this other stuff that we're not using. And let's just see if it works. Go to create new event. Police encounter. Let's not show those boxes. It's returning the correct event. But it's not changing the classes for some reason. So the lookup's working. The event logged in the console is the correct event that has is police set to true. So something is just wrong with our lookup or class lists changing here. Try plugging this into a console and see if it works. Yeah, it finds it correctly. Huh. One of those weird errors. Don't know why it's not working. Oh. Our variable is wrong. I typed is prison. It's supposed to be is police. I blame SoCar. Alright, so now it should work, right? Jail. Yay. Now we have these extra boxes that will only appear on the police-related things. Okay. Next step, we need to make another controller or an event. Key events. We should also have one for event type, just for the sake of it existing. For this one, I'm just going to delete everything, and this is just going to be an empty class for now. I don't know if I'm going to add a way inside the intranet to add event types or just do it manually in the database. But we need that to exist for this controller, which the validation is going to need to look up the event type ID to make sure that it exists. And the easiest way to do that is to have a controller for event type instead of manually accessing the database. So verify data, the things that we need to have. So description. Is there a reason a description would not be necessary? I think that should just always be required. I can't think of a reason why that wouldn't be entered for some reason. Location. I don't know if a nullable string actually does anything. I guess it would prevent. I don't know if it would actually prevent anything at all. That's probably not necessary to have there, but whatever. Stream seek. That one's gonna be tough because we're gonna have to process that one. That one might require rejects to validate. It does need to be required, but I'm just gonna leave it as a required string now. And we can validate prison sentence and prison sentence, prison fine. They're both nullables, but they need to be integers. The inter number. Do we want to define ranges for this? What are some things that I've set before? What is this set of? It is numeric. Numeric. Sentence. Let's say I don't know what the max sentence would be. Let's just say between 1 and 999 as and then the fine between 1 and I don't know what the maximums are for getting sentenced to things. Say $99,999. That would be an impressive fine if Kiki got that much of a fine. description. Location can just go straight in. Seek time, though, that one's going to be tricky because we need to break that up. All right, so so basically we're going to want to take in we call it stream seek. Yeah, we called it stream seek. So basically we're going to take that variable in, we're going to split it on the colons inside the text because it's going to either enter seconds, you can enter minutes, colon, seconds, or you can enter hours, minutes, seconds, separated by colon. So regardless of how many we take in, we're going to need to split it into an array so we get up to three numbers for hours, minutes, and seconds. But we could have either seconds, we can have minutes and seconds, or we can have hours, minutes, and seconds. So I think the best way would be to reverse the array. Just do an array reverse here. And then we can do a simple loop. So because we reverse the array, the seconds will always be first, always followed by the minutes, and then followed by the hours, like if we have those extra numbers. And that's important because as we're going through each value, we can use the index of the array as part of a math formula that everyone loves. Math is amazing. So we'll start out, our seconds are going to be 0 by default. So for each one, we're going to add to the number of seconds the value at that index. So like if we pass in, say we pass in 1 hour, 20 minutes, maybe I should just get a value that's actually in my spreadsheet. Say we pass in 1 hour, 23 minutes, 40 seconds. The first value in the array is going to be the 40 seconds. So we're going to multiply, because we want to convert everything into seconds. We want to just have a solid number of seconds. So the first number will be 40. So we just want to add 40. So we want to multiply that by 1 ultimately. So like if we're converting to seconds, the seconds will just be passed in as is. That's already seconds. The minutes will need to be multiplied by 60. And then the hours will need to be multiplied by 60 twice. What would be the math of this? Um, that's not correct. No, just trying to visualize because you or the other like for hours you would multiply by 60 and then multiply by 60 again. Not you wouldn't multiply by 120. Good. We want to use 60 to the power of I think. I is 0, 60 to the power of I would be 1. I is 1, 60 to the power of 1 would just be 60. And then if I is 2 for hours, 60 to the power of 2 would be 60 times 60. So for seconds, we'd end up multiplying by 1. For minutes, we'd end up multiplying by 60. And for hours, we'd end up multiplying by 60 times 60, which is 3,600. So then we should end up with just the number of seconds here. And then we can pass the number of seconds into the stream_seek variable and be happy. I think this should work. We don't need these functions. There's no reason we'd ever be retrieving just a single event, so that's not necessary. What other things? Is major variable. We need to add a checkbox for that somewhere. But we're gonna put it in here just so we don't forget about it. Still not sure about the title. You need to insert the IDs. Stream ID. Event type ID. Call it the event type ID or just the event ID? It's event type ID. Perfect. So another thing we need to do is we need to have a verify after function. So after our Laravel does the basic validation here, we also need to verify that the stream ID and the event type ID actually exist, because we don't want to try and insert things into the database for a relational ID that doesn't exist, because it's going to throw a database error. Okay, I have these backwards. Errors needs to be first. That's good to know. And then for the stream, we need to verify stream controller fetch input stream ID. Second value needs to be false, otherwise the fetch function is programmed to look up the the item in the database assigned to that controller, by default, if it doesn't exist, it will just return a JSON error and the whole thing will fail out, which isn't what we want to do when we're just trying to validate. So this second argument being false will just cause it to return a null instead, so that we can include that error as part of the validation error instead of just returning only that one thing. All right, so long file. If we don't have the stream, we'll add an error. Just like that. And then we need to do the same thing for the event type. This is why we created the event type controller, was specifically so that we could use the pre-built fetch function instead of having to do our own database call. Not. All right, so that should cover our validation for those. Oh, looks like there's not anything else we need to validate. Still aren't doing anything. I'm just gonna leave the title thing out for now. It is set as nullable in the database, so it'll just, when we insert these things, it's just gonna insert a null for the title. And if we decide to do something with it later, it's really easy to just add it here and have our update function override the title when we save it. That's not a huge deal. The only other thing, we do need to find our regex to use for stream seek to make sure that we're entering correct values there. What's the regex syntax? I hate writing regex. It's so annoying. I think we should always just require the minutes, even if it's a 0. Might just try to look something up for... Oh my god, this looks complicated. I don't know if I want to get into this detailed of a regex. We're just gonna make our own up. The seconds are always going to be required, so we're always going to have a colon at the end. First digit has to be 0 through 5, because you can't go over 60 seconds without falling into minutes. And the second one will always be 0 to 9. So we're always going to require minutes. The minutes follow the same pattern. But for minutes, the first digit isn't required all the time. Like if it's less than 10 minutes, the first digit won't exist. So we'll just make that optional. Technically, it should only be optional if hours aren't also defined, but I don't know if I want to get into that much detail. That trying to make that second digit required if hours are defined just makes it so much more complicated. I don't know if I care enough. Oh, why is this not working? Sorry, I'm typing this regex into a regex checker to make sure it actually works, because playing with this stuff is really, really annoying. But what I have now is just not capturing anything whatsoever. So you know what? I'm just gonna we can come back to that validation later. I'm just gonna leave it and hope SoCar doesn't break it in the meantime. I don't feel like dealing with reject. That's such a boring thing to try and do right now. I don't want to. Alright, so let's go back into here and let's just see if we can enter an event. Let's see if it works. Get my little data sheet up and see if we can type one in. The first thing that happens in this stream, that highlight it all. Oh my god. 440. We get our first bubble song. And this is actually the first time So the funny thing is, Milton has actually encountered the bubble song before. This is just the first time it appeared on his stream with the lyrics. It's actually appeared on his stream a couple times previously. It was just the instrumental version that was kind of in the background and he didn't notice it because it didn't have the weird fucking lyrics to it. So there was like no reason for him to bat an eye at it. Oh, we never enabled the create event button. That would be useful. can't create events with the button disabled. We need to do that here. Primary. Toggle. Wait, we don't need to toggle a class. We just need to change the disabled value. Just do a double exclamation here, I think. We want it to be not 0, so we actually just only want one exclamation. Exclamation. All right. Back to our first bubble bath song. No! How dare it? Oh, I know what it is. We didn't create the event path. Did we? We should. I thought we did. Did we not? We did not. Vent. We're gonna go ahead and put the delete function in here so that it's available. I know we didn't build a delete button yet, but might as well have the path ready to go. All right. How about now? Bubble bath at 440. Still not working. What's the problem now? Event type control not found. What do you mean it's not found? It is misspelled. How about now? Still not working. What is your malfunction this time? Oh, we never added the is major checkbox. Whoops. Should probably do that. Checkbox is major. Escape that. Sure. All right, let's try it again. Yay, it worked. The event was created, but it doesn't display because we don't actually have a display set up yet. All right, so this one we definitely do want to have a table because having all of the events displayed as cards on this page would actually be super annoying. All right. So we're definitely going to want event type to be in. Probably the seek time as well. We're gonna want a column for like some profile pictures of people who are interacted with in here, even though we haven't set that up inside the dropdown. We didn't set up being able to add people to the interaction, but we're gonna want a column for that eventually. What other things should we put in this table? I don't think we should pull in the description, synopsis stuff, like not really necessary to display inside the table itself. See, this is the part where having like a title would be helpful if I could think of like unique titles to even put there. I guess we can put the location as well. Don't think we need to put the prison stuff inside the table. I think this is good for now. Alright, so now we need a render table row for the event. And first column was the event type. Cache type. just throw the type ID for now to make sure the table works correctly. I'm just gonna dump raw values in here just to make sure that it works. I can just seek time, throw the seconds in there, location. If there is no location, we can just do like none. And people. Coming soon. These lots. That's not the right. Alright, does this at least produce a table row? Yeah, it does. Alright. So let's do the seek time. Make sure that works. So we just had it displaying 000 as the start. Oh, all right. So the number of hours going to be by 3600. Remain seconds, hours, and we need to subtract that. Hours. Minutes. Divided by 60. So if minutes is less than 10, we want to add a leading 0 to it before we output the minutes. Then we want to do the same thing with the seconds. All right. So then we should be able to put the seek time here. Um, da-da-da-da. Is this right? I don't know. We also don't want to display the hours. Unless there are actually hours. All right, let's see what that displays. 40, what? How did we get 40 minutes? Huh? What the hell did we store in the database? $24.40. How did it convert 4 minutes into 40 minutes when we apparently our function for storing the seek time is wrong? Let's go see what the fuck it did with that. And how did 4 get turned in? Like, how did 4 get turned into 2400? Don't understand how. Um, Does this need to be like manually converted to an integer? Like, is it trying to do math with a string or something? Let's get the edit function working so that we can keep calling it to go through the process. Render table row. Where's the render table row? Skip that for now. That's not the one. Skip. I'll change this to 440. And then into sorry, I'm just quickly trying to send this through again. See if it just type. Oh, why is stuff misspelled? What is wrong with this formula? Why is 4 getting multiplied by 600? What the fuck? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We're gonna have to do a debug here and figure out what the fuck it's doing. And just output a new array and tell me what numbers it's fucking giving. It is calculating that as the second number is getting calculated out as 2400. But why? What happens if I just do that? Oops, I got a semicolon. It, it's converting it to 40. What? Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm stupid. It's because we have 0 set as the index. We need to change it to I so it actually selects the correct one. It was just always selecting the seconds part. God damn it. Now it fucking works. Ah, boy. You need to change it so that you only send the leading 0. And you want to do seek time align to the right. All right. Yay. Correct time, line to the right. It works now. It was a stupid mistake, but that's pretty much programming. It's always stupid mistake. That is like 99% of bugs that appear in code are stupid mistakes. Like when you see a game developer or something try to dismiss like, oh, it was a technical error or like a simple mistake or something, and you're like, well, how could it be that simple of a mistake? Like, how could a simple mistake cause such a drastic change to occur? Like such a huge seeming bug to the end user. Like tiny mistakes literally do cause massive fucking problems like that. It's not just the company trying to be dismissive. Like the littlest tiny fucking spelling mistake can cause an entire system to break. Oh, can we just do insert event title? Will this work? No, gives an error. Why is it not finding the event? Oh, did I not put it in the correct place? Duh. And not call it types. Called types. Oh, why is the lookup not working now? Where's this other console log coming from? Did I leave one in? Oh, I left this in. I don't need that anymore. I figured out the weirdness. Why is this lookup not working? I don't think this is gonna do anything. No, it didn't. 'Cause it should already be stored as an integer. Just don't understand. Like, when I do this lookup inside my console, it works fine. Like, I run it in my console, it works perfectly fine. I don't understand why it's not working in this specific situation. It doesn't make any sense. Let's try doing a log. Like, it's all there. Oh. Because I'm not fucking returning it. God damn it. This stream is quickly turning into a making all of the lamest errors stream. There. It works now, okay? I wasn't returning the value, I was just fetching it and then letting it float off into non-existence. There are programs that check for common errors, but like a program likely wouldn't have caught that one because JavaScript isn't like a typed language. You probably don't know what that means, but because here, I'll go back to the coding screen. So like in a lot of languages, this get event function would also have a type here. So like you would say get Kiki Chanel event type. So there would be an extra data element here that indicates what type of value is expected to be returned by this function. So like, in reality, I expect an event type class to be returned when this function executes. If you don't expect a value to be returned at all, you would put like void here. But JavaScript doesn't have that. It's just a function name, and that's it. So because there isn't a type of value that JavaScript expects to be returned there, an IDE, which is basically a program that would analyze your code for errors, would never catch this because it doesn't know if you're supposed to be returning a value or returning void. So returning, like, the correct thing here is to return the value returned by this function inside of it, but there's no way for an IDE to know that you're supposed to be returning this value versus just executing a function and doing nothing. Like, there isn't anything that would hint at that being a necessary thing. Whereas if you use a typed language that has that extra piece of data, it would detect as like, hey, I ran your code and it doesn't return that data type. You should probably fix that. That's one of the downsides to not using a typed language is it makes it really hard to find simple mistakes like that because there's nothing that a program could look at and determine that's what you're supposed to be doing. That's why a lot of people don't particularly like writing entire programs in JavaScript. It's one of the big reasons why people don't like PHP so much because PHP is not a typed language. It's considered a very messy language because it's very casual with its data types. It converts things automatically for you, even if you may not necessarily want that to happen. It just kind of does it. And when data values are just randomly converted without you knowing, it can cause them to become values you didn't necessarily expect to have. Like, if you pass in a string and you're using it as a number, PHP can convert that string into just kind of random things. Like, it might just turn it into a 0 if it's not able to parse it. And then, like, your code runs, it works, but you randomly have this weird value that you don't understand why it's producing this end result because PHP did something automatically and you're just not understanding that's what's happening. Whereas a lot of other languages use data types to say, hey, this is an integer. It will always be an integer unless you explicitly tell me it's to convert it to something else. So if you try to plug it into a place where an integer is not expected, it produces an error and says, hey, you either plugged the wrong value in here or you need to explicitly cast it to something else so that I can actually process it the way you want me to. And it makes it a lot easier to program. Like, C# is that way. If you ever write a website using C# and like .NET Core and stuff like that, like, it's so much easier to find bugs because the fucking program tells you exactly where you did something wrong. I don't think I showed it because I was just trying to get the value to work, but what I did was I also edited this so that when you click on a table row like this, it will reopen the pop-up and let you edit the values and shit. And what I was kind of doing off screen was I just got this working quickly because I just wanted to change this value and keep running it through the server side to figure out why it was producing such a weird fucking value. Program that spanks you. I'm sure there's probably programs that do that. They're probably just not the ones that you think they are. Okay. So, now that we fix that, we can get rid of this unnecessary thing. And oh boy, it's been a while since our last break. I'm going to take a short break and get up and stretch and move around, and everyone else should do so as well. And then, I don't know, we'll figure out what to work on next. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Back to the coding. What do we want to work on next? I don't want to get too far into like data entry because like we still have some stuff that we need to do. Like we need to get the people stuff working. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go back and edit every single thing. I'll go ahead and input just like a couple more, so we have a couple more things to play with, particularly of different types. Phone call occurs at 50. Kiki briefly talks to Sherry. All right, to that one. Oh, it auto-updated. Always nice when your programming was so good that it does things you didn't expect it to do. Let's do an EMS thing. Just to have a different type in here. This occurred at City Hall. Completely out of context. Kiki receives medical treatment for her hornet stings. Tries to convince EMS to rub their cream on her. There. Completely out of context nonsense of Kiki. Okay, so we have a few things in there now to kind of play with. I think the next thing we should try to do is maybe get the people stuff working, being able to add people to different interactions. So one of the things is the event is going to need another variable. Have an array of people. Person is going to need another. This isn't in the database yet, but I do need the variable to exist. I'll default it to false. What's the best way to store this information? Do we have a links table maybe? It sounds like it might be a good idea. Yeah, let's go ahead and create a people links. ID. Event ID. Events. People. Page. Street. Okay, that database table is set up. You need to add the controllers for them. Name. Crap, I don't remember how to... Why the go the fuck away, driver easy. Now is not the time to update drivers. Create a new UUID. Need a wiki link. And a tagline. And we'll have to do a different update one because we don't want to generate a new UUID every single time someone edits a person. That would be bad. Don't need this function. Name max 128. Key link is the string and tagline is not required, but it needs to be at most 256 characters. Perfect. Oh boy. to have another controller. The links. Stream ID, event ID, and person ID. Trying to think. Shouldn't really be any reason people would be updating this. Don't need you need verification. I mean, there's not going to be any verified data. If we do validation, it would just be a verify after function. I'm honestly not sure we even need the create data thing here. I don't know. It depends on how we end up inserting them. I don't think we're going to use create data. I think we just want to have this controller exist for the sake of it existing so that we pick stuff up. Shut up, driver. Easy. Go away. Alright. I'm going to delete this for now just because I don't want it to be there. All right. So when we're editing an event, we're going to have another section below all of the fields where we can add people. But before we do that, a simpler way to do this, rather than being able to create new people like directly from this, which would be really complicated, I think we're going to have a separate section back on the home page. We're already pulling a list of people in. So back on the home page, let's have just like a little title bar here. So we're going to have two sections on the home page. One is going to be a section of the streams that we're already displaying. We'll move the button, we'll probably move the button down here into that bar so that it's connected to where it's supposed to be. We have a margin bottom of it. And need to have another one below this for people. Create new person, that sounds great. We're just creating people. That one will be for people. We'll just go ahead and set up this part too, since we're already here. Render. There was this bug with the button I wanted to fix. Then we'll need to do another render card for person. We can actually use the same buttons too. You just don't need to have them, like, we don't need a whole page for the people. They can just use the same editor. Because it's going to be like fairly low amount of information. Details. Editor. Wiki link. Because the wiki link is not required, we also want to have there isn't a wiki link, just hide this button altogether. Don't show it. There is no wiki. Title, just their name. We could eventually pull in a count of how many interactions they've had with Kiki. That doesn't exist right now, but it wouldn't be super hard to create. We'll just default it to 0 for now, just so that it displays. I don't think there's anything else that needs to be displayed here. Oh, their tagline. Yeah, we'll just leave it like that for now. Then we also need to have the editor. copy this one because it's simpler. Name. Wiki link. Tagline. I want to eventually add a way to like upload a small profile picture of each person, just for better visual display, but right now I'm not going to implement that. Not necessary at the moment. We'll call them creating profiles instead of creating people because that sounds a bit less weird. We need to add the editor. All right. Also need to make sure the API paths exist. Okay. Now let's see if we can get it to work the first time. Who should we do first? Stephen Hayes, Kiki's favorite. I don't really know what exactly Kiki's relationship to Steven is. We'll just say a mild obsession. That's gonna be the tagline. Why didn't the button? Oh fuck! Did we not change the button? Needs to go to person. Wait, that's the wrong thing. This needs to go to person. We did name the API path person, right? All right. Created! Yay, it worked. And the edit button does not work. Why does the edit button not work? What is set as the edit button? Don't need a link on a button. Oh, we didn't define the editor. Okay. Um, Another person Kiki frequently hangs out with, Miss Sherry Pie. The original sharerist. Kiki's loyal companion till they get into trouble, then throws Kiki under the bus. Perfect. I need to sort these by name. That's gonna drive me insane. I mean, also add a sort for the streams while I'm up here. I don't know if that's going to be the correct order, but it's there. All right, now that we have that set up, do one more person. Someone else that she interacted with in this episode. She did interact with Anna Swallows. And Titus Winghammer. Alright, that's good for now. So now back in the event editor, we can create a multi-value thing. I can remember how the fuck they work. Per stream? No, they're not per stream, they're per event. So each event, you will be able to define who Kiki was interacting with during that specific event. So like if you like create a conversation event, you can specify like the people who were part of the conversation, or like a pursuit, you can specify which people were a part of the pursuit, which people were part of putting Kiki in jail, who Kiki interacts with while in prison, stuff like that, so that you can tell who she's interacting with throughout the entire stream. And then the stream page itself can also kind of combine all of that information together and create a list of all the people she interacted with throughout the entire stream and how many times she interacted with them. It's not that much work. act like it's an insane amount of work. It's really simple. It's very simple. I will show you how simple it's going to be if I can remember how the fuck the multi-value thing works. I need to close some tabs. I don't like scrolling through tabs. Close. I think I used multi-value here. No, damn it. I will look it up the hard way. All right. So for an event, I'm gonna have another thing at the bottom. It's a multi-value people. People directions, I guess. Auto suggest people. Get full width. I believe people need to have a title. Just because of the way the auto system works, we're just going to have it return the name as the title. And I think that's all we need. Okay, are you ready to be impressed with how fucking simple this is going to be? You just watch and see with amazement. So if we go back into the stream, okay, let's edit this event. See, there's this new people interactions box, you see, and I can click in it. It's like, say he interacted with Sherry. I just have to type partially, and it's like, oh, do you mean Sherry Pie? Do you want to select that? It's like, yeah, select Sherry Pie. And I can continue typing and be like, oh, but she also interacted with Anna. Let's add that one too. Look at that. Multiple values in one box. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. See how simple that is? I don't actually remember how these values get passed into the server, though. I have zero idea what values it's going to send here. What values does this send? What values does this send? I mean, I already have to rewatch all of the episodes to get all of the event data to put them in. Like, not like I'm complaining that I have to watch every Kiki episode again. Sounds like a good time to me. Da-dum-dum. I'm just looking through my form data controller to see how this data is going to get sent to the server, because I don't remember how this works. I think it just sends an array of IDs. Will the community be? No. This will be entirely, the community will be able to search through things and do stuff, but I can't make it community editable on the live site without have I'd have to enable cookies, which opens a whole can of legal worms, and then I have to have some way of authenticating people, having like permission systems, like who's allowed to make edits and stuff like that. It's too much effort. Particularly once you enable cookies on a site, all of the legal issues that come with having to do cookie banner and stuff like that, I just don't want to deal with. So it's gonna behave like most of my other website stuff, where I edit all the data on the back end and just sync it to the public, and it's just displayed in a read-only format on the live site. That's just all it's gonna do. Excludes whitelist, like, yeah, I don't have any way to determine whether someone is allowed to do something on the site, on the live site, without having cookies. Like, that's just the only possible way you can do it. And like, the live site is also not built in a way that even allows editing of any sort. Like, there are no functions. Like, if you were to edit something on the live site, it would live in the database on the live site until a sync occurred that copied data from the backend site, like our intranet, to the live site, because there are only sync functions that copy data from our intranet to the live site. There are no functions that copy data back from the live site to the intranet. So there would be no way to update it behind the scenes. Like, to make it capable of other people editing data would be like a mountain of work that I don't want to do. Like, you could help all you want. Like, it only requires having access to the intranet, but the intranet is only accessible on our home network, so only us could ever edit it, because there would be no way for other people outside of us to ever access it. I'm just gonna do a quick debug thing and figure. I'm basically just gonna tell it to send back the data that it receives, so I can see what exactly it's receiving, because that's easier than me trying to figure out what the fuck I did before. Did not return any people. What? Why not? Huh? Did I do something wrong here? I don't know. I don't think I've ever actually used a form anywhere on my intranet that actually submits a multi-value to the server. I think I've only ever used it. Damn it. Stop clicking random things. Yeah, it's sending completely incorrect values. This is not what I want at all. I will need to modify this. Where the fuck does it determine this? Huh. Let me verify that I haven't actually used this anywhere else. I don't accidentally break things. Because, yeah, it looks like I have never, ever used this in a way where it gets sent to the server. Or if I have, I don't know where exactly it got used. Alright. I think I might have finished it. Or fixed it. Fixed it. I fixed it. That's what I meant to say. But is it going to load things properly here? Let's try. Because this is a different JavaScript file, I don't know if it's going to reload it or keep it cached. Share by. I mean, it went through, but did it actually work? Alright, so should be able to capture this when saving now. It should be sending us an array of people IDs. So wonder what data it sends. Yeah, if it's empty, it doesn't send anything at all. So we need to check that the key is defined then. But so if we did get people passed through from the form, we'll have to do something with them. Maybe we should make this a separate function so that it's not so messy. But also we need to process the people after the create goes through, because if we try to insert the people before an event has been created, we're going to get a database error because we don't have an ID yet. Create after input. So we actually need to do this. Just send the entire input through. We'll ID. So we can have that just in the input there. And what does update after? What does that take in properly? Does the same thing. update after links both, but we don't need to do anything with the ID on update because that will already contain the ID. And for each put people person. All right, so the first thing we want to do when processing the people so the simpler thing to do is instead of like digging through the database trying to find existing links for people to this event, it's a lot easier to just look at all of the links that we already have, find the ones connected to this event, and just delete them all. Like just clear them out and then manually recreate all of the links needed. Because otherwise the code just gets super complicated trying to determine whether each link, because like you have to do a bunch of extra calls to see if does this link exist. Like if it does exist, don't do anything. If it doesn't, create, versus just deleting them all and starting from scratch. All right, so then we'll have a data array for each person. We need to add another array of data that we're inserting into the database. Stream ID. Event ID, and then the full ID or person. Then insert all of those. Does that work? All right, let's just try adding Sherry here. See if it. No, it fucked up. What is your problem? Unexpected what character? Line 37? Oh, I forgot the word function. Still having problems. Event ID not found. Oh, wait. Yeah, because it should just be ID, not event ID. Still nothing. What now? Kiki people link not... Did I not name the table that? Damn it. I misspelled the table name. It's missing an L. See what I mean? Tiny little things. What is the error now? Okay. So I think the preview is erroring out because it did not refresh main.js, which is something it needs to do in order for it to send correct values back. But it worked on my my Chrome. It went through fine. I think it's just not catching the correct data. Can I pre-fill data here? All right. So we can pre-fill the multi-value. Well, we need to actually have the event. Stream. So when we're retrieving the events now, we need to pull all of the links as well. I think the easiest thing to do would just be to pull all links for the stream ID and then sort them in JavaScript after the fact. So now the stream will also have an array of links coming in. Did I not make class for this? I didn't. Event ID. Person ID. Okay, got that going. So now the stream will have a list of links. That's just going to be all of the links for that stream. Now, when we're creating an event, we need to look at the stream and find all of the events that are for this one. Um, hmm. What did I say? Da. I think it would make sense to do both. So first, we'll look at the stream links. And grab a filter of all of the ones where the event ID is this ID. So now we'll have an array of all the links. Then for the people, data dot people will filter the people where the links person ID, the person ID. Let me just test that this actually worked. A little quick debug console. Did not get it. You're not returning them properly. We are sending the link through. It's not even filtering the links properly here. What if I log the stream? What does this give me? I think the problem might be that these are out of order. It's creating the events before the links. Yeah, that was the problem. Have to get your order of operations correct. All right. So now, when rendering the editor for the event, we want to pre-fill the multi-value box with the list of people that is already saved for that one, so that we're not just losing them every time you open the edit box. So cool. For each push. And then the multi-value, the value needs to be turned to array. Do. And of course the rendering is wrong. All right. This is probably not going to display correctly because it needs to download the main.js file again. It displays the broken one because it doesn't have the new file. Just a second. I can force it to update if I remember where that file is. Da-da-da-da-do. All right. So if we refresh now, will it display properly? Yay. Okay, cool. So we got our little multi-value box working. Apparently, I changed how it works in one direction, but then didn't go back and edit it in the other direction and completely broke it. But it's fixed now. So we can add, like in this phone call with Sherry, we can add Sherry Pie here and save, gets saved, and she stays there. Okay, beautiful. See how nice it works once it actually is fixed and not broken. Oh boy. So now we can modify this main table view to display a list of people. Where are we? Render table row. All right, so we want a function that will take a name and give us their initials. What is the split function? It's called split. I think it is. All right, so that should give us their initials. And I was thinking about a way that we could like generate a color per person, but I think that's too complicated. I don't really care about that. We'll just display their initials in a gray colored box for now. To do that. Initials. Render, what the fuck was it called? I already forgot. Render picture. But we need to also account for the situation where we don't have any people. Da, 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 da. All right. So now we go into this. It will display a tiny little initials circle for all of the people who interacted in this event. Beautiful. Try adding another thing. Went back to the bubble bath song. Create. They're not sorted properly. We will have to fix that. All the way back up, render stream, events, worked. All right, go back, and they're sorted. Add another thing. Next thing was a phone call at 14:10. I'm gonna copy paste what I had in here. This was Steven. Another one. Another phone call. 17 minutes. This is still a phone call with Steven, though. Still with Steven. I don't know why I separated all of these into separate phone calls, but you get the idea. It works beautifully, pulls the people in properly. Everything's looking good so far. Right. So we got a ton done today, but I think I'm gonna stop coding there for the day. This was fun. I'll probably come back to this at some point and focus more on the displaying this information on the live site part, like getting an actual timeline, displaying all that information for like what the end user would see, and also finding a way to get it published to an actual site. Like the main thing that I would need to do there is find a domain name that I can actually use for this. Like I don't have any way of publishing it live without having its own custom domain. You might have seen at the beginning, I just had like kikichanel.com filled in as the domain name for that. That domain actually just redirects to Milton T. Pike's channel. Like if you ever type in kikichanel.com, it'll just take you to his Twitch and you can watch it. I highly recommend watching Kiki sometime if you've never seen anything. Um, there are some like really, really funny episodes. There are some like slower episodes. It's very hit and miss. Um, but it generally doesn't matter which one you watch. You'll probably laugh. And that's my favorite thing about Milton. Like there's never a moment where he's not at least entertaining you, even if he's doing something like even if there's not other people in the server interacting with him, you can always have fun with Kiki. But I'm gonna end the coding stream for now because it's been a while, and I might play something else tonight in maybe like half an hour or something. Um, I've honestly been kind of itching to continue playing Plague Tale. I had it scheduled to do it Monday, but I just really, really, really want to play it. So I might come back soon and play the last of the Plague Tale because I think we'll be able to finish it in one stream. Um, we'll see how long it takes. If I'm not able to get it set up within like a half an hour or so, I might just take the night off because at a certain point after a certain time, it's just not worth starting something. So we'll see. But until whatever I do next, have a great night, everyone. Thanks for watching.
Baby, if you don't stand for something, how can you ever stand it all? And baby, if you're built on sand, you'll be swept back by the fall. Baby, if you don't stand for something,